Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, which I stream for accountability and transparency. And hopefully it might help somebody or be entertaining or whatever else, right? I share everything, my setups, my live trades, all the trades that I make are live, and this is a funded AMP live trading account with my money. I'm not monetized here in any way, so your thumbs up, likes and subs are great. Participate in the chat, that's also great. And okay, looks like the stream is trickling down the hill all right, so that's a good thing, eh? Oh, but there's a disclaimer in the description here, and I'm of course not licensed to give financial or trade advice, and you can have a substantial, if you're not familiar with risk management, you can have a real bad day trading futures, but it's probably the best instrument or to trade, in my opinion, for a lot of reasons: tax advantages, transparency, accountability, accuracy, least manipulation, etc. All right, let's look at the numbers here. Now for the day, coming out already. We don't really have a big numbers morning yet. This is Bookmap, of course. And let's look over here at the news sources I have, which are right there. This is investing.com, economic calendar. This is completely free. You can filter it to your time zone, country, reports you're interested in, everything you want. Obviously, you can pay them if you want to, and Merry Christmas. I'm sure they'll really appreciate it. And probably, I have not done that. I suppose you don't have these ads. I don't know. I don't care. So I prefer this view because I just like it for screen snapping and posting into my Discord or wherever else. The other news source that I use is investing.com, also free, also filterable, and it's a little bit different. It's got the calendar function over here, and it's got more of a squawk box idea going on the right column. One advantage that I've noticed or picked up on Financial Juice throughout the day, now, for example, they put these, unrecognized or unscheduled risk events into the calendar if they hear about them. Like Trump's going to meet African leaders. Now that you won't find that thing ever over here, because investing.com reports, or whatever you want to call it, on known financial scheduled reporting. So there you have it. Now we had continuous jobs out, by the way, at 7:30 this morning, and we've got factory orders coming up about 9. That's pretty much it for the news today. Quiet day. No real earnings that are to speak of, that are earth-shaking. And this is Financial Juice again. You see how they've thrown Trump in here? And if something else comes up, like yesterday, all of a sudden there was a press conference at noon. So that made it into this schedule. So there you go. The pre-market. Okay, well, what do you see here? This is the full session Renko MES. MNQ, the high time frame MES, and the market profile. I also plot or track, or whatever you want to call it, the exact same layout in the minis. But since I'm trading the micros, that's where my focus will be in this stream. Something happened right there. Look here. Something's going on right there. There's no reports, maybe some commentary. Never know. That's the problem. Well, I don't know if it's a problem, but that's a reality of today's market. We have a continual bombardment of an unscheduled, unsuspected commentary and whatnot that has the ability to move the market. Anyway, so let's see where we are. Well, if you just look at the profile for the overnight, this is yesterday's RTH. This is where we are so far in the ETH. That's about as balanced and Gaussian distribution as you ever want, isn't it? POC dead in the center and taper on both ends, and wow. The problem is it's a really short range. It's 54 to 73, so it's about 20 handles wide all night. The open is up here. We're about 95% short inventory all night long. Now they have just popped up here for whatever reason. I'm assuming news driven. I would suspect, based on the where we're trading normally here, yes, you know, the last 3-4 days, here's where we are today. These are in my high time frame. This is a micro composite chart. This is the day session, MES. These are 1 minute candles, or 1 day candles, Jesus. And wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates the micro composite. Also generates the micro composite VPOC and the high and low volume nodes for this micro composite, which push to bookmap. This is the market profile. Again, a really light volume. We've just now gotten over 100,000 contracts overnight. Let me just show you that quickly. A little departure from the normal stream. The 1 minute candle ATR is a half a point, 2 ticks, and has been for a while. The volume is down at 43%. Remember, the light volume is real easy to shove around by deep pockets. So volatility can be, light volume can exhibit major volatility. What do I expect on the open? Typically, I would say we were going to have some responsive buying to take profit and then fall into an open auction, but we're sort of taking that profit now, so I'm a little bit apprehensive as to what to think about that. I would say open auction, and this is based on some sort of news here. Stand by one. Sorry about that. Okay, so wow, yeah, something's going on over here. Let's just stop the presses. Look at this. What the hell happened here? This is some kind of news, obviously. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. So that's going to throw the whole game off. All night. Bookmap, obviously. All night we've been flat, and then this happens. There was some news at 7:30. Very little reaction right here, and whatever this is about. Let's get back to the pre-market here and try to figure that out. I've already explained the various charts, I hope, and that should be clear. Let's look and see what's going on in Wonder World over here with numbers. Well, these are the numbers that were out, and they've been out since 7:30. So unless there's some could that be based on this? Jesus, really? Could such a move be based on Meta and oil? Oh, wait, effective Fed funds rate December. That's been long known for a long time. I'm looking at what might have happened at 8 o'clock here. There will be nothing on investing.com because, as I said earlier, it's scheduled. So something's kicking this market around, and I don't follow social media or typical I don't think the news sources are news sources anymore. I think they're just extensions of whichever side of the political spectrum you're on. They're just extensions of the advertising or the rhetoric for those things. Fox News is obviously Trump and that right wing thing, and CNN, I guess, is more of a Democratic thing. I think that's my opinion of it anymore. So I just quit paying attention to them. I can't say what else might have been that cause. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, wow. Let's get back to the business at hand, I guess, shall we? Try to pick it back up here. Micro Composite, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile, get the Micro Composite VPOC, and that pushes to Bookmap, and we have the session prices, which also push directly to Bookmap, which is right over here. Now, these blue lines are nothing spectacular. They're top secret. NASA developed, Elon Musk developed, that's better yet. Custom proprietary indicators called a vertical line, which I just put on the first print of each session so that I can glance left. This is just a visual cue or clue for me. I can make sure that the entire session's in view on this heat map. That's all it's about, in case I always forget to mention something about that. The dome, price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it, session, these are the prices, and these are resting liquidity at each price. The heat map reflects or just graphically displays this resting liquidity. This is the MC, or the Micro Composite column, where I manually enter these various levels, which I just pointed out. There's the POC, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the high volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. There's one of them. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. Continues through 1600 today. RTH session volume profile, which is I will reset one way or another. It's supposed to be automatic, but it doesn't seem to want to do that anymore. I'll reset it 8:30 this morning and mark it open. This is my notes column, which is really important to me. The first thing I do is determine the open type for the day and change this column heading so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream or whatever, I can look right here and have all the information I need to know about, or most of it, to do with the overnight before we got to the RTH session. Now, this tomfoolery right here is throwing the whole works off, right? All night, let's start with how you determine the open type. If we opened right here, right now, how would this open position compare to the previous overnight close, which is right down there? And how would it so it's higher than the close, and how does it compare to the previous session? Well, at this moment, it's higher than the close and out of the session. It's above, right? So it's higher out of session. This would be then, if you want to be specific about it, wait a second here, I don't want to do that yet. If you want to do this, you go configure the column, and I go higher out of range, which is a gap up. So if they keep this nonsense up, we could be gap rules this morning on the open. Amazing. Now the next thing I do, because it's today and not yesterday, we will together go through the statistics and place them next to their associated prices based on the open type. That's crazy, man. All night long we're nothing, and then all of a sudden, so I clear these notes columns, and we'll go do the statistics in a minute. These are the session prices from my RT, pushed, as I said, automatically from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. Boom. If you want them, let me know. Drop a like and subscribe and put something in the chat, and I'm happy to share those. I share them with a lot of people in a lot of different places. Free, no worries. Happy to do that. So, wow. Well, okay. The heat map. Notice that there are no indicators on my book map or my IRT, which is investor.com. Our investor RT, by the way, it's a Linsoft product. There is only price data and probabilities. Now, POC for the full session, kind of a more muted yellow here. POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. And what is the POC? Nothing that I do is complicated or mysterious. So be aware of that. Take solace in that. The POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Right now, we've traded about 4,181 contracts at that level. Close. The minute one of these other price levels is 4,182, this POC is going to go there. That's it. It plots the yellow line so that we have an idea of where that level has been. Same thing for the RTH session. There's a VWAP for the Globex. There's a VWAP for the RTH. There's a mid for the RTH. The rest are price lines. How tough can it be? There is an IB high here and an IB low. Those are kind of confusing sometimes. That is because of the naming. It's an old market profile thing for initial balance. These levels are nothing more mysterious than they mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, and that's it. Now I'm going to, we'll look at the statistics here. And how does that work? Well, we go to this chart. IRT, the study, is my statistic study. Now, we were going to probably be higher in range, and all of a sudden we're higher out of range if we stick up here now. The way the statistic works, again, simple, straightforward data, probabilities, math. The study looks back at 1,631 days. Of these days, we opened higher out of range, 413 of them. Of the days we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.2 times. Now watch, this is real complicated. Overnight volume point of control. Poof, that's all there is to it. And we'll continue to do exactly the same thing. Or, and just down the list, right? Overnight high, 75.3. I'd love to know what that was. We'll look in a minute. Overnight mid is 68.3. And so it goes. I'm a little apprehensive to see how long they're going to hold it up above the previous yesterday's RTH high, because that will affect whether we're gap up or just higher in range. I'm going to put a couple more in. Let's look at the low. Previous high, well, that's a good one, isn't it? 65.9. IB high, there you go. That's one I want to do. 63.7. That was here, remember? 63.7. IB high. Why do I type those initials? Because remember the definition. The minute we open at 8:30, this flag is going to go to the high of wherever that is, and it won't be down here anymore, and I'll be going, what the hell was that? So let me do the next thing on my order of business, which is every morning, the TLab snap. And you ask, what the hell is that? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom. I don't know. Started by. Yeah, I guess he probably did. Started by Tom B, is what he calls himself. That's his handle. It is as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room. And the thing that was appealing to me, besides there's two things actually, long ago when I first stumbled over there, was a good group of adults, not, romper room. Tom has a good philosophy about trading. He's a professional or, successful professional trader and has been doing it for reportedly 46 years. And probably one of the things that appealed to me the most in the beginning was you're never solicited for anything. There's never anything for sale. Now, that's the reason I don't recommend any of the other bookmap Discord sites, because the other two, I've not certainly visited all of them. So this is no condemnation of anything, actually. But the only other two sites, chat rooms that I did visit, the second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. This indicator is available on my site. My mentorship is blah, 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 which is perfectly fine if that's what that trader wants to do. And it's perfectly fine if Bookmap wants to support that activity. I'm not interested in it. I don't recommend it. Poof. That's the end of it. I do say that if you've got nothing better to do and you are interested in a chat room, a Discord chat room like that, wander over to the Traders Lab. Now, Tom doesn't call trades. He never trades live. And so there's that. He does a stream a brief period of time, an hour and a half or 2 hours in the middle of from 10:30, I think, to noon. and it's rearview mirror. He goes back and, you know, narrates basically what already happened, which is what happens there. I'm not saying more. So every morning I do a snap in there just as a, you know, out of gratitude from the time that I did spend around there actively. I do the news reports and numbers, and then every morning at 8:20 I do this snap, which is just to give those folks in there all the levels they might want in case they don't have the same kind of charting. That's the end of the story. All right. So let's get on to something more. That's something more productive here. I'm worried we're going to get below this previous high. That means we're going to change from higher out of range to higher in range, and then I'll have to change my statistics as the morning progresses. But there we go. So probably pretty important if we can trade on Bookmap, wouldn't you say? And the way you do that is you activate the trade control panel by clicking the padlock. You select a way that you will trade with the application and your mouse. If you use chart, the only place you can trade is the active data column. If you use DOM, the DOM columns in both is pretty obvious, isn't it? I also then activate what I use, which is multi-brackets. This is where the risk neutral methodology is applied to my trading, and brackets, which are absolutely critical, in my opinion, especially in this real crazy risk environment that we have in the market. 2 lots is the smallest that you can have as a package. 2 contracts. 2 contracts. Then you decide the stop for the package. The first criteria that you should use is your account risk parameters. Next would be, in my opinion, the instrument. What's the volatility? You know, if you think you're going to get away with trading the NASDAQ on 12-tick stop, I don't think that's going to work out very well for you. You know what I mean? So there you go. After these 2 metrics have been selected here, or these 2 values, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the stop package size, and it is for a positive number of ticks as the stop is negative. Then you have the runner, and you can do any other thing you want. You know, 4 contracts, all you can set them up any way you want to have them. And there we have it. Now, because you notice I have all the metrics up here. Pick both. I don't need any of the other functionality of the trade control panel, so I confirm the size. I click the button again. Stays green, stays unlocked. I get cancel all, close all, and there we go. We're ready to trade at market open, which is 1.5 minutes. Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds, I should say. Let's hope this damn thing reaches. Oh, good. They're going to take it back up and open gap up. So we're going to have gap rules here this morning. I'll go through that in a second. Okay, I guess I covered most all of the pre-market stuff. Ten seconds. Keep it up there, boys. I don't want to have to redo the stats. Not that it matters. Look at the liquidity falling in behind that, above and below it. Oh, you dogs, you dirty dogs. There we are. I think they opened it above. So we did open gap up. Gap rules, which went somewhere in my thing here. Talk about gap rules here in a second. We didn't get a... Okay, there, I had to do that manually again. God damn it, so frustrating. Now remember this, in a second here, we're going to have the IB high and IB low jump up here. Next thing I need to do is change my IRT charting to RTH session only. And why isn't this working? Well, that's not very good. IRT doesn't seem to want to play today. God damn. I don't know. I'm doing what you do is select the chart and hit comma. It brings up the not have a big lag. I don't know what's going on here, but it's not good. Maybe it's, let me just check. Huh. Well, that's just freaking frustrating beyond all measure. We do have the IB high and IB low going on correctly. Oh, this is really annoying over here now. I don't know what to think of this, actually. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Why that's not happening up here, I have no idea. With the most important one of all, of course, son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but that's enough to piss off the Pope. Here's our open. I'm going to save this and move on. It's going to change a couple of things, but let's see what happens over here on the minis. While the minute that we are away from, there you are, that's working. The minute we're away from this thing, I'm going to restart IRT. I apologize, I don't know what to say. You know, we're in this together, eh? Son of a bitch. Son of a buck. I think that's what my dad used to say. Well, there's not a bunch of volume coming down the pike, so that, you know, rules out the, oh, there's a big volume spike going on. It's not picking up the selection of the chart by clicking on the header. Don't ask me. Okay. So we have the charting selected and happening correctly. Jesus Christ, it's always something, you know. I don't know what else to do. I've got the fastest fiber optic directly to my machine that I can get in this lovely place that where we're based at the moment. Know what else to do? Don't know. Go find a different job, maybe. Find something else to do. Okay. Well, we're only 161,000 contracts since 763 since 1,700 last night. Holy crap, that's like nothing. And what have they done? Well, they've closed the gap and they've done all kinds of crap. So there you are. Without even thinking about it. while I'm busy looking at IRT. What did we do? We're taking profit and away we go. So here we are. There was our world famous gap up. Here's the open up way up here, and that lasted about a second and a half, and down we went. We've taken out the mid, and we've taken out the POC, and we've taken out the previous high, and we're back in range. So the gap went in and out the door about as fast as you could blink. This is indicative or symptomatic of light volume. I mentioned this in the pre-market. When there's very little volume, the big pockets can shove this thing around any which way they want. So, not to be conspiratory, or how the hell you say it. And I'm going to put Blue Boy on here on the opening print, which is about there. Now, I will keep this in view on the chart through the day until I'm going to anticipate trading when I can scroll in. But this way, I have a complete, undeniable understanding of context for the session. Yeah, well, gap rules came and went, but, never mind, I guess. Poke around over here and see what is going on. Maybe we can figure something out. Okay, so we're in the RTH session only on all the important charts. That's good. The trading system, which we don't need to worry about yet, is over here. There is no trading system pushed to this chart. That's a good thing. Okay. Do that later, around 9:15 or so. Talk about that. Here is yesterday. Here's today, incidentally. This is the trading system, which I use for backtesting. I did some poking around on Linsoft last night, and I was trying to figure out how to turn my trading system on to algorithmically trade the live market to test it out. And what I read was that functionality they didn't build it in, and I think probably on purpose. I haven't confirmed that, and I'm not going to today, that's for sure. So here's last 4 days, and here's our open. Here's the all-time high. Here's irrational exuberance. What is going to happen? Again, you can see same thing in market profile. This is now RTH session. Volumes. Let's look at something here, which is, we're on the right thing. Look at this crap. Well, we were down here at half, 2 ticks, average true range in a 1 minute right down here. Now we've jumped up to 4 1/4. So boy, we're really stepping out, huh? But look at this, 47% volume against average for this time of day. I don't think that's a good thing. And here we are. Now what I was going to try to do is look and see if there's these are the market on open imbalance numbers, by the way. I have no clue. Unless it's something around this Saudi crap, I can't imagine that would, or this meta shit. Maybe it's meta because it's about the right time. I don't know. I can't imagine that news about that one stock is going to pump the market up so dramatically. Obviously, there's nothing over here, because there's nothing scheduled. I don't know. It's interesting, but it's a toss up for me, you know, cognitive all this kind of, some of these people with news feeds and squawk stuff going on and all kinds of things. My office is completely quiet. Even when I have the music on the stream, I can't hear it because I have no speakers here. If I want to listen to make sure it's playing, I have to put my headset on. My office is quiet. I have just what you see. I don't have anything lurking in the background that you haven't, you don't know about, you know, that isn't on the stream, because why would I do that? The stream is my virtual trading journal. I share everything, my strategies, my backtesting, my thinking. Oh, that's another thing that is probably I forget to do time to time. The reason for my narration and continual narration all day, that's the only way I can get my thinking at the moment into the stream, into my journal. The purpose of the journal is I don't multitask well anymore, so you know, screen snapping and typing and all that stuff during the market action is a deterrent to my focus, right? Or dilutes my focus on the market. This way, I capture everything on my monitors in the video. I don't have to divert my focus from the trading, you know, right here on the hard right edge. And this is where I try to have all the data I need right here to trade. I don't have to divert my attention, and all I have to do is narrate. So now all of a sudden what I was thinking is into the audio of the stream. That's the whole idea. And it's my journal. So, you know, you're cordially invited to look over my shoulder and comment, whatever else. There you go. Okay, it's a crappy, rainy, cold kind of day. Well, 51, which is, I don't know, something. It's some amount of C. I don't know anymore. I tried to clean up this computer, so I got the weather crap and the pop-ups and the notifications. I put all that stuff to sleep over here. Because of the wonderful things I do. It's 11C. If you want to talk about real measurement. Pretty amazed as to what the hell is going on. No. December 5th, the short meeting tomorrow. Schinbaum's come. I don't know if she's coming to, yeah, in person. So she must be coming to the States, because I'm pretty sure. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. And Prime Minister and Carney. Wow. I bet he'll have a bunch of condescending and Trump will have a bunch of condescending insults for her, I suppose. That guy's crazy. Personally, I think he's crazy. Just saying random shit. Senators ought to be executed. Come on, dude. I mean, what the hell? You know, act like a president instead of a 4-year-old. Amazing. And not political, but I guess that was political in a way. It's not political as much as it's personal. You know, I don't care whether he's a Republican or Democrat. I don't think that's presidential behavior. And saying fuck all the time, excuse my French, but you know, he does that all the time now. It's like it's almost become normalized. I just don't. Maybe I'm just from an era where presidential behavior was pretty different than that. Well, let's look at our real deal here. What have we got? First of all, what a surprise. There's the IB low and the IB high. What are they again? The high and low of the first 1 hour. As price goes down, this will keep going down with it. As price goes up, same thing. It's that simple. No problem. Well, here is the POC from yesterday, which we have just visited right there. So that's the naked volume point of control. What I do with these values in the micro composite, I change, once they've been revisited, I change the text to black so that I know that that's happened. And then evening, between session break, whatever, I try to take them off just to keep these columns clean, you know, so that it's not all bejiggered all over the place. And here's our IB high. Remember when I said why I would be wondering what the hell 3.7 was? Well, if I hadn't typed IB high down here, the football, there's nothing there. And there you have it. And here is something's wrong. Now this is not recalculating properly. God darn it, Bookmap is not functioning the way it is intended to by me. That's really, really irritating. This stupid thing is supposed to be the reason I get pissed about this stuff is I've had these working forever. And all of a sudden they don't anymore. It's like, come on, man. My computer didn't mysteriously change. There's the anchored VWAP. Now why it's got this down here and why it's just not picking up the day, I don't know. But let's go change it, I guess, to today. Well, whatever the hell that is, 4th, I guess. Now, will it be right? I don't know. So frustrating. Now it's right, I guess. No, it's not. It's pretty close. The only reason it looks close is because the RTH VWAP and the full session are the same, and the full session's working fine. And these have been, I haven't changed these settings in donkey's years, right? Why all of a sudden this new version and the last one before it can't figure out, on my machine, can't figure out when the damn session start is. And I've tried session start, I've tried the time. Beats me, man. But fortunately, I noticed that. Yesterday was fine. The last few days it's been fine. Today it's not been fine. But here we have it. And the reason I pick it up quickly, these are the VWAP. I keep my colors consistent, or I at least try to. These are the VWAPs, right? For the full session and the RTH. So these lines better hook up. Or something's up. It's kind of like Blue Boy. If I don't see Blue Boy, I know I got to deal with it, you know. I got to fix things. It is really frustrating. Bookmap is okay, frankly. I'll tell you what I like about Bookmap the most. I like the fact that I can push the session prices to it and that it's an uncomplicated story over here with the heat map. And I think my favorite features are the multi-brackets to put in without a problem to put in the full brackets, and volume profile that's easily tied to these prices. That's, to be honest with you. And it is, as far as actively plotting and the presentation and being able to scroll in and out and up and down and all that. I've had Jigsaw since maybe 2013 or something, and they came out with Auction Vista. Pete calls it. It's still a clunky mess, and it's been 12 years. It's their version of the heat map still doesn't work with the crap. Unless I haven't looked in probably 6 months, but I don't imagine. He moved to Journalytics, I think, as his primary income source or his revenue cow, because it's a subscription. And it is nice, a really nice journal. And if you start Jigsaw at the same time with your data feed provides more than one add-on, more than two, which Rhythmic does. It's real time, and it's updating, pulling your trades right off of your system, off of Rhythmic. And it's a real complicated or very, very in-depth journal called Journalytics by Jigsaw, if you want to look into that. It's expensive, though. I had it for a year or two, and I thought, I'm not looking at it enough. And at that time, I couldn't have it automatic. I had to wait for the end of the day and then export the trades, because at that point, I was trying to stream and do a top step thing to, record that journey. That's another, absolutely, I recommend against top step because of some real nefarious behavior. Enough said. Think positive, not negative, eh? Okay. Still real light volume. We are 8:51. We've got news coming out the top of the hour, but it's not going to be any earth-shaking developments, I don't believe. Factory orders. These are only 2 stars so far down the list. What's going on over here? Trump is going to meet African leaders all day. What does he want from Africa, I wonder? Going to put tariffs on... they did put a lot of tariffs on Lesotho, which is just the most ridiculous thing in the planet. It's a little teeny country within South African borders that makes denim. Jesus, It's like that, putting a tariff on 2 islands, I think Robins Island or something, I forget the name. Nobody there but penguins. Ice and penguins. Jesus Christ. Crazy. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. One thing I do know to say, though, is the fact, I got to make a hotkey for this. I got to think of the right name for this. Somebody chime in the chat what you think the right name ought to be, or acronym or something like that. At the moment, I call it unrecognized or unidentified critical risk. That is kind of a mouthful, It's important to understand that I'm not political. Of course, I have political thoughts and voted a certain way and whatever else. Voted for different people. I've never been a straight ticket voter ever. In my, Jesus, I've been voting for, let's see, 50 years or something like that. And I don't intend that to be part of the stream. However, I do want to very definitely have risk avoidance. I want anybody, myself and anybody that listens in the earshot of the stream, to realize that the most important goal of every trader is to maintain your account, to grow your account, and you do that by risk management. Okay? That's got nothing to do with politics. That's a fact. We have, as is obvious by the economic calendar, we know when any of these 3-star potential job market moving reports are coming out, and we know when And you can click on this and see the history of them and all kinds of things, back years. And we know years in advance. We all know that at 7:30 on the morning of the first Friday of every month, we get the non-farm payroll report, which is huge, market mover. We can plan, mitigate that risk. Okay? Unidentified critical risk warning by me is this right here. That's 229 handle sell-off prompted by, as a reaction to, a tweet on Truth Social at 10 o'clock in the morning. Of course he can tweet anywhere he wants. He can say anything he wants to say. He's the president of the United States. He can do whatever he wants. That's up to him. And I got nothing to say about that. But what I do say about is, when this drops out of the sky with no warning, no anything else, and turns out was not accurate at all, the reason he was mad hadn't happened, and his reaction, which he said he was going to do that prompted this, didn't happen either. You know, so it was a non-thing, really. But a lot of people got crucified right here because they weren't managing the risk. They didn't have brackets in the market, etc. So there you go. When I talk about unidentified critical risk or critical risk potential, or I don't know, I got to come up with a name for it. Morning, Antonio. That's what it's about. Hopefully that's clear. Because I'm about as non-political as you can get. I lived out of the United States for most of my adult life, so, you know, I was interested in who was the prime minister of Malaysia more than anything else. Okay, well, there was a big, we had a gap open, Antonio, which got closed in about the blink of an eye, and I have no idea. I've not been able to see any news on my typical two boys about what caused that. We had a huge pop. We had a huge pop on volume right here just before the open. Took us way up to a gap open configuration. We opened just barely gap open and then closed it, and, you know, Katie barred the door on the way down. Beats the hell out of me. Obviously, it was some comment by somebody. I've looked on the sources that I have over here, and of course there'll be nothing here because it wasn't scheduled. Financial Juice, the closest I can come up with is some comments by Saudi, or God, I hope the market doesn't fly or tank based on the fact that Zuckerberg is going to do something to the metaverse. I mean, really? Jesus Christ. That's as bad as, Elon Musk is going to have robots on Mars next year. Everything's always next year. You ever notice that? And it was really funny. Yesterday, I noticed that now some of the cabinet folks are picking up that rationale. Bissett, next year is going to be a fantastic year for the economy and the consumers. Next year we're going to have robots and robo taxis next year. How many next years has that been? Do you know that Tesla's been a thing for like 20 something years now, which is hard to believe, and not profitable? It's amazing. The only profitable factory Tesla had, I don't know anymore, was in Shanghai. Guess why? Anyway, I have no idea what caused that big pop just before the market opened, but it did. It popped, and we opened gap up and then closed it immediately. There you go. Blue boys on the job. I was not able to figure out at all why that market order was lurking in the background over here, but I've determined, I think the best way to test it out is every morning I just make sure there's no resting orders anywhere, any place. I did a test last night at about the same time as that thing came into the market. Right there. Notice that, and what really hung me up yesterday before the, stream started or anything is if you don't have this thing on, watch that order over there. Boop, you don't see it. You've got a resting order sitting in the market and you don't have any idea it's there. I don't think that's a very good thing. Nobody cares probably what I think, but, there's overnight. Isn't that amazing? It was like 200,000 contracts, super light, about 19 handle range, and bam, just before the open. Whatever that was at 8 o'clock. There you go. Now you know everything I do. Well, probably a lot more, actually. So, 9 o'clock. Okay, let's see if we can get the trading live forward testing idea moving here. Make sure that I've got this set back to the original risk neutral package, because I backtest this with all kinds of things at night, and yep, okay. And for the sake of the stream and any new visitors, well, I'll wait 1 minute. All right, for the sake of the stream and the record and any new visitors, this book map is an AMP live futures trading account, which I trade manually by entering trades here with the risk neutral 2-lot bracket and all the stuff that I go through in the pre-market. This is IRT. This is the backtesting trading system, which I use for the initial balance trades. And my forward testing process is that I send this signals to this chart, which has these custom indicators that I put on there just so that I have visual reference that things are happening when and where I think they should, or I expect them to, let me put it that way. These lines and levels have nothing to do with the trading system, except they accurately, very accurately reflect those lines or zones and signals that the trading system uses to trade for backtesting. Notice that this is simulated. This is within IRT's simulator. And this note is just a note to confirm I've selected the proper account and that I have the trading list symbols quote page with nothing in it, empty. That way I don't have any unsuspected, trades popping up in my live account. It's a clunky system. I did some some studying in IRT last night in the website to try to figure out how to turn this on so it would trade live to Rhythmic, and I've not figured it out exactly yet. So what you'll see happen today is when there's a live trade happen over here, I'll manually, without thinking about it or discretion, enter that order in Bookmap. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the system to the chart, and there we go. I'm going to remove this because it's just going to put the profit target, if I choose to have that be the case. These two big green lines all over the place, which I don't want to have. So there we go. Now, if and when the system enters a trade, it will be graphically displayed over there, and I can show you exactly what that looks like right there. These are the trades from yesterday. That's how they the dots, the T1, T2. This was a scratch, 48 ticks, which is actually 60 ticks. That's this old indicator in IRT doesn't properly sum multiple targets. So there's 12 tick profit there on T1. That's one contract. And here's 48 ticks profit on the second contract. 48 and 12 is, guess what? 60, right? But it only reflects the final contract, or the one contract at the bottom. So negative 12 ticks over here is actually a scratch for 0. Sorry. So that's how it works. Just so you are aware of what's going on. There you go. Now, what is that? I don't want to do that very bad. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I'm glad I did that. I want these closed. Boom. It was backtesting this morning before the market. I'm going to now scooch this over here so I can... Come on. God damn it. Boy, IRT gets really clunky. Look at that. Isn't that something? I guess it's the machine. I don't know. Anyway, there you are. Now, I'm not going to be busy taking any trades here because I only am trading the initial balance trades. And what do we know about the initial balance? Well, it is not a thing yet because it's not 9:30. That's when the initial balance sets, right? So can't possibly trade the initial balance trades or setups until there's an initial balance statistic, because that's the first rule or criteria. Gap rules, I don't know, it's worth even talking about. It was so quick. It's an old market profile concept. If we open higher, in a gap situation, gap up or gap down. In this case we did, but what is it? 2 ticks, 3 ticks, 3 handles, I mean. The gap rules say that if we open in a gap and if we close the gap relatively early in the session, which we did, and if price is accepted within value, which it has, well, this is kind of cute, which it is. Let's look over here. It's easier to see. Gap up. We close the gap in the first minute or two of the session. Price has been accepted in previous value, and what's going to the gap rules say there's a high probability of trading across the previous value to the value area low, and look where we are. Huh? Kind of cute, isn't it? 10 handles away from the gap rules being satisfied. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but hey, it is kind of amazing how frequently, I guess it's not amazing. Those old market profile isms came from years of people trading and observing the market. So it's not surprising that they have a pretty high rate of success, or of coming true or being validated or whatever you want to say. I guess. Okay. Now what's happening? Well, we're going to just put along here. I will point out to you something that I think seems to have a lot of impact. At least I always notice it, and I usually bears out. Let's look at, it's maybe easier to see in RT. Look at the profile. Does that look normal to you? Does that look like a completed auction to the downside? Shelf, flat bottom, whatever. There's a one tick or something. This would be called a poor low in market profile. I mean, it doesn't seem so to me. We had, you know, the auction up, taper, fewer buyers. Oh, okay, and we'll come back down here. And then what happened down here? Boop. Cut off at the hip pockets right there. I'd say I would expect that we're going to trade lower. At least somewhere down here around, maybe around the value area low from yesterday to give us some idea of taper of a completed auction. Yeah, it's just, who knows? I don't know. That's just an observation. Okay. What's the context of the day? Pretty much down, isn't it? Got a flat bottom, got a taper at the top. I'd be looking for lower. Just, you know, finger in the air kind of thing. Let me say in advance here that I think I might have talked about it in the pre-market. I don't know. I'll trade today because that's my plan and my process. And that's what you should do. You shouldn't change your plans or, you know, change your trade system or anything during the live market, I don't believe. Now, in this really super light volume environment, that's not my I don't think that's conducive to successful trades. It's the ES starts performing like the Nasdaq. You know, the reason the Nasdaq is so volatile is it's light volume. Therefore, it can be more volatility because they can shove it around. It doesn't respect prices or levels. It goes slipping and sliding past them, whatever. One of the reasons that the ES is such a more stable trading vehicle is its volatility. I mean, the liquidity and the volatility, which makes it a little more sticky at normal prices and things like that. But in this environment where we are basically nothing for volume, 347,000 contracts since 1,700 last night. ES hasn't even gotten to 100,000 yet. I mean, the NQ hasn't gotten to 100,000 yet. Holy shit. It's only 87,000. Wow. I don't really know why. Is the rest of the world on holiday or what? Did I miss something or what? Is it the day before Christmas? I don't get it. Anyway. Right down to the previous RTH high. Isn't that cute? How putting that flag down there meant something? Was, you know. I don't know where I heard this, but somewhere along the line I picked up that the conventional wisdom is that journeys above or below the initial balance, you know, going outside the initial balance ranges needs to be driven by the higher time frame. I guess it makes sense. They are that have the deep enough pockets to push the market where they want it to go or do what they want to do with it. They've got business to do, and that's how it works. I know I can't move it. Pretty sure of that. No, I do not. And I got on mute. I suppose I spent that last soliloquy talking to a muted mic. Sorry about that. It wasn't. It was just a travel log about the wonders of Malaysia and Southeast Asia. So no big deal. However, this last bit, what's the context? Well, it's outside in, isn't it? Outside in so far. Looking at the initial context, down. That still hasn't been validated necessarily. The initial balance is a thing. The statistic is live. The system is set up to trade. And nothing's happening. The two trades, well, I guess if you're new or whatever, the trades that I have vetted and which I am anticipating trading are the initial balance trades. Initial balance continuation, failure. Continuation, failure. 3 rules. Initial balance statistic, pullback or continuation zone, pull back to come back, price back to the trigger, and there you go. Bob, your uncle. Simple. The more convoluted and confusing it gets, I think the less probability there is. And just to give you a brief. Oh God, I do that every time now. I'm trying to switch over to Edge because supposedly it's a lot more streamlined and less memory intensive than Google. These are the back tests. Each one of these is a back test over 493, 400 and whatever days, with all the parameters and variations and their statistics about it. And that's how I come up with what I think I should trade. It's still based on the initial two-lot risk-neutral package, which I talk about in the stream. So that's not a problem. But I am continually trying to improve on that. We'll see. Up and, for the last month or two, I was back testing only. Now this is a forward test. This system will fire here, only simulated within IRT. No instruments in the trading list. That means whatever happens is going to happen in here, and I will manually trade the same, whatever happens on the simulator, on the system, I'll trade here in the live AMP account on Bookmap. That's the plan so far. I'd like to be able to get IRT to do it automatically, but I don't seem to find that it can yet. I'm kind of surprised, actually. That's why I need to read through the material again and probably send Bill either an email or a ticket and go, okay, all the fluff aside, can this damn thing trade a trading system live or not? Simple yes or no would be good for me. Okay. Are we rich yet? Maybe not. Be really careful today. It's really light volume, very easily shoved around, and volatility could be, like, look at this thing here. Look at this. Why? Boop, boom. What for? Because somebody thought that was a good idea. Same way with the pre-market. The volatility has picked up. That's a good thing. We're up to now 3.5 points per 1 minute bar ATR right here. And volume has picked up to about 73% of average at this time of day. It was down at 40 at the open, and this was 2 ticks, less than one point. This is open interest, which I'm gonna probably get rid of. I don't think I care about it. I mean, I don't think I'm able to have any meaningful interpretation about it with the way I'm trading this. So here we are, no signals, no nothing. We've had a look around the mulberry bush here. We got that extension lower, so we do have some taper, as I pointed out an hour or so ago. Should have put something in the chapter markers, I guess. IB high, high a day. IB low, continues lower, continues to be pushed down. We opened in a gap up. What are the gap rules? If we close the gap relatively soon in the session, and if price is accepted within previous value, high probability we trade across value. Well, my goodness, look where we are right now. We've traded down to within what's value? Say 40. We traded down within five points of value area low. Crazy, huh? I'm not saying that's a slam dunk, but it's amazing how often those kind of things happen. Well, right there. It could more easily illustrated right here. There's the IB low, and there's the value area low from yesterday. There's the value area high. We opened up here. We went zooming up, a bunch of falderall, and then look at this mess down here. What was that for? And that brings us into the value area. And we never looked back. We took a couple ticks above it, and then away we went. And here we go. Hi-de-ho. Once again. So at this point, kind of what I do is now, in anticipation of a signal and a trade, I want to first make sure, just kind of a checklist. Okay, I've got both on. I can trade active data column or DOM columns. I've got the proper package selected. I can close that down because I don't need the trade control panel anymore. I have all of my stats up here, and I've got the multi-brackets queued up. Cancel and close. So if I wanted to trade, all I've got to do is get into here and click one way or the other, and boom, bang, and there we go. And if we get to a position where it looks like we're going to get close, I can zoom in. But right now, I want to make sure I got Blue Boy over there so I can see what's going on with the context of the day. What is the session doing? Where the hell are we? Look at here. Where are we now? Where have we been? Where are we going? I find that hard to understand, interpret. For me, this makes a lot more sense. And remember, it's my trading journal, so. It's not reality TV. I leave that exclusively to the folks in DC. Yeah. Try to keep the colors and everything consistent between Bookmap and IRT. The IBs are green and the fixed fixed POC is red. The developing POC, as in Bookmap, is the yellow guy, and blue are they're not on here, but well, there's value area high and low, and the volume profile colors are pretty much the same. Just to keep it consistent for me. We approach the world famous 10 o'clock. And I've got to wake up the resident student here. She leaves me a note on my keyboard at night. Wake me at 10, please, Dad. Okay. I'll go do that right now, actually. Now, I don't know if I mentioned this. If you've been around here, you certainly know it. I will only take the initial balance trades based on the signals from my backtesting, the setup. I don't care what wonderful, mean reversion, something or another, VPOC migration, something else. Those are all valid opportunities and possibilities, but they're not anything that I am going to take because they're not my vetted trades. And that's the way I believe you have to approach this as a business. So if you wonder what the hell I'm doing over here, that's it. And if I don't have a signal all day, and if I don't, my setup doesn't occur all day, I'm not gonna there won't be a trade. It's easy, real easy. Something else along those lines that's important to put out here, I think. There was a period of time there where before I had gotten my backtest stuff worked out and some sort of vetting of a process like I have now, I wouldn't trade. I didn't trade for the month of August, I think. Now that was because I was trying to trade. I had too many possibilities flying through my mind, and which constituted paralysis by analysis, right? The more complicated your system what's the RSI doing? Is the volume profile something else? Where's the next node? Every time you add another layer of complexity or another checkbox for your trade plan to validate or quantify an entry or not, for me, big problem. It's like taking off, it's gear up, flaps up, shut up. There you go. And then this has essentially 3 criteria: the initial balance statistic, trade into the pullback or the continuation zone, pull back towards the IB for the trigger, and the trade's on. Clears the frickin' bell. And so I've gone from no trades in a month to a couple of, sort of averaging about 2 trades or so a day. Week or so ago, there was no signals on a Monday or a Tuesday, and there was no trade. Yeah, so there, there's that. And it's probably worth repeating that this is my virtual journal being shared openly for transparency and accountability. It's not, I'd love to have 10,000 subscribers or 100,000 and make a lot of money every month off of YouTube. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? What are we going to have now? Why are we dumping? I'm always spooked about the UCR potential. And don't forget now, Trump is, and I don't know who else back there, is meeting with African leaders all day. Well, I got $5 says there's going to be way more than one mic moment, microphone opportunity involved in that. Just saying. Here we go. Look at here now. Let's get over here and see what's going on. Are we going to get an IB statistic? Let me point out to you in advance, the statistics for the system are a little bit more specific than just price going through the initial balance, which is what happens for the initial balance statistic, right? It only says the price revisits that level. Doesn't say anything else. Over here, I have some extra criteria, which is that the open must, in the case of moving down to the IB low, the open is above the IB, the close is below it. The previous bar to the signal bar, the open is above the close. That's a requirement. If those two things are met right here, there will be an A signal show up. And the same goes for the other. But just, putting that out there first so that somebody goes, hey, you making this shit up as you go? Nope. And I can actually show you the specific rules. I will show you how that's coded when I do the backtesting look, which I do about 1400 about. Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? That didn't work out very good? Well, looky here. So far, it hasn't been hit. You got down to here at 45 and you got up to here at 48. Oh, stopped out. What happened here? Oh, stopped out again. I'm telling you, I got an old journal here with a countless number of entries to verify that that's a bad idea. It's surprising, isn't it? Wouldn't you think we could get one more tick out of it? But who knows? And again, yeah, there you go. Look at there. They're spanking them hard now. Two things. If you have a vetted, or if you're good at whatever, however you approach trading, mean reversion trades, what a pleasure. Huh? Outside in, outside in, outside. Where's it going? What have we done all day? Rotational. A little bit of direction here, but not a lot. 77 to, so we got about 33 or 4 handles. Range. This is definitely, disturbing some folks that thought they were going to get that IB low. Abso-freaking-lutely. Look at all these sellers that piled in right there, and what happened? They didn't get anywhere. They got spanked. Here we go. I can show you that. Remember when I said the signals are random? The signals in the chart fire whenever they're qualified. Well, there you go. There's a trigger. Price, what did price do? It got into the trigger zone, and that's trigger. There it went. Does that mean it's time to enter a trade? Nope. Because they need to be sequential, but I wanted to point that out. I've even gotten so, night before last or whatever, I built this button in that turns the signals off and on. So once a trade's on, I can just turn them off and it's less confusing to me. Back into the IB low, looky there. Developing. And is it going to just be a pullback or whatever you call it, and another short opportunity? Maybe. Yeah, probably. Likely. Likely because what have we done all day? What's the context? Down. Lower highs, except for there, lower lows. Basically, the context is going this way. If you draw a real squinty line, you know. Trade what you see, have a vetted plan. See, here's another thing that's really advantageous about having done your homework and identified a setup and vetted the trade. Nothing's a surprise. You're not in a big hurry and or adrenaline rush or Yahoo. I'm not all, what am I going to do here? Should I do this? Are we going to mean revert? No. I know what trade setup I'm looking for when it starts to become a thing, when it starts, you know, if we take the IB statistic, for example, per my system, per my back-tested strategy, okay, I can zoom in if I want to, and you watch it build. There's one, there's two, or we get the trigger. Okay, we're in the trade. Serious, you know, so much better than on your decision-making capability than whipping and spurring and gunslinging or whatever you want to call it, I think. And I think there's a lot of scientific study or, you know, psychological studies that have shown the more complex something gets, the less the human brain can deal with it and kind of falls over at a point because it doesn't know what to do next, or it gets in a loop, you know. Paralysis by analysis, or analysis paralysis, however you say it. I guess. Definitely for me. That's for sure. And a lot of people are excited about the fact that we pulled up here to the developing the POC and sold back, or, you know, look like we're heading back down. We've got the IB low below us, and that all that makes perfect sense. It's a trade in the direction of the context. That I think is important. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I realize I'm on the wrong screen like normal. Sorry. Boy, they are jerking these guys around trying to get to that IB low, aren't they? Low volume. Low volume. Dark, rainy, cool. I ought to be in bed sleeping. What the hell am I doing standing here? That's what I want to know. What is this, Thursday? Okay. All right, somebody get ready to trade for me. I'm going to go fill up my tea glass. My wife's using chemical warfare today to keep me, to dilute my focus. You know, I'm fresh hot out of the oven, sourdough bread, and then in the oven right now is a whole bunch of buns, fresh baked. I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm just stating a fact. Stating a fact. Shaking the bush here, boss. This is something that's pretty important to get out there with this stream and my approach to trading as a business. And it's something that is a lot of traders, I think, have a hard time dealing with. Figures into your monkey mind and FOMO and all that stuff. There is not a relationship between effort and reward in trading. In fact, it's almost the other way. What I mean by that is, I don't know where you were raised, I have no idea. But I assume you were brought up with a work ethic. You know, you go to work 8 hours, you get paid. You go plow the field, the crops grow, whatever it is. The effort, the reward is commensurate with or proportional to the effort. That's exactly not the case with trading. The quality of a trade, if you stand all day or every 2 days and take one quality setup, your possibility of reward is much higher than, just clicking that son of a bitch till you wear the mouse out. So a lot of traders have a problem standing there being patient, waiting for that setup. And then your mind kicks in and you start, well, that's pretty close to that signal and this is pretty close. And I think that BPOC moved there and the VWAP has moved somewhere else. And you start making up reasons to trade, which is, of course, shooting yourself in the foot if you've made any effort or progress towards actually statistically vetting or verifying a setup. That I know. There's three, my old saying is there's three positions in trading. There's long, there's short, and there's flat. And spend a lot of the time flat if you're approaching trading as a business, I believe. And then there's the next guy that says, yeah, I'm a scalper and I take 200 trades a day and I make X amount of gazillion dollars and all that stuff. Good for them. And I'm not saying that facetiously, good for them. And if you can trade by throwing darts at the wall or whatever it is and you're successful and consistently profitable, absolutely do not change it. Yes, ma'am. What can I do to you? For you? Yeah, that's okay. What? Oh, cool. All right, great. Well, there you go. Hey, Panda, what's happening? Your mom is playing hooky? I think so. Oh, good. I don't have to take them to school today. That's pretty cool. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's a real problem a lot of traders have, standing and watching for their specific setup to materialize. They just can't resist clicking. And then the human, our human brains are so good at confirmational bias or confirmational making up things, seeing patterns where they're not and all that stuff. Oh, so close, but yet so far, huh? Did we get a signal? Nope. Did we get the IB stat? Nope. What happened if you predicted that, if you were trained to that statistic? That didn't work out very good, did it? I'm not, not trying to be nasty. I'm trying to humorously make a point. Euphemistically make a point, maybe a better way to put it. Boy, that profile is building out about as rotationally perfect as you could want to get, eh? There we go. There we are. Here we are. NASDAQ's all over the board. I used to trade the NASDAQ. I actually got funded once with Top Step trading the NASDAQ, actually. But then I got into a little bit more of a, I think, systematic kind of mode. I think basically from the TLab and conversations with guys in there and now into static. Understanding the importance of a procedure and a statistically verified setup with an expectancy, approaching trading as a business of probabilities, not just whipping and spurring or gambling or a video game, which is essentially what I had done with futures before, successfully kind of, but I think that those are shorter term or shorter lived successes than what, and maybe I'm full of crap, but what I am putting forward here is not some epiphany that I had. It is basically parroting or, paraphrasing the understanding that the most successful traders in the world have come to, this is the way traders and hedge. I'm talking about Jim Simmons and, Tom Sosnoff and real serious billionaire guys that made billions of dollars trading or having a hedge fund. It is an environment, a random environment. So the only way to approach it is statistically and with probabilities. Same business model as the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So that's what I'm trying to do here. In a nutshell. And through the process of vetting a trade, I believe that it's iterative and hopefully progressive, that it's iterative in a positive direction rather than the other way. Excuse me. I do not have in my trade system, I have not figured a way to limit, filter, code, identify context necessarily, other than what I said about, the signal bar, the preceding bar, that kind of thing. Trading up into the statistic rather than coming down into it, the high, or coming up, And I think that that's important. For example, in my belief is that that's a rotational day. It ought to be pretty obvious that that's what that is. The IB failure is a mean reversion trade with a fancy name based on the initial balance level, right? It's just a mean reversion outside in. So if I got a signal for continuation, I would take the trade because I have a commitment to do that until I have an alternative. But I would be hard pressed to take that trade because I would think, well, but this is a rotational day. Why am I putting on a continuation trade or mean reverse? I mean, why am I putting on a continuation trade when it looks to me to be a mean reversion trade? Environment. Now, does that mean I am trying to impose my, monkey mind on that? Maybe. Maybe I need to think about a way to filter or, I don't know, something as simple as know a push button because I'm monitoring. It's not, I couldn't use this for back testing. It would have to be coded, of course. If it's a rotational day, no continuation trade. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. You got any thoughts? Drop them in the chat. I'm all ears. And I think I try to say this every day. This is what I'm doing now and how I'm approaching trading and how I'm approaching the setup. If you have a consistently profitable setup and you want to share it, throw it in the chat. I'm all ears. I'm all ready to go. And it's not my way or the highway, and I am certainly open to suggestions or open to, whatever. I'll try to code up whatever you put in there and see if we can learn together whether it has a positive expectancy or not. Until then, I will continue to go down this path. That's my structured trade that I have vetted with backtesting, and I'll take it. I will, like I said, and it happened yesterday, I believe. If I got a continuation trade down here, I'd be kind of, well, I'll tell you one thing. Let's put it this way. If I got a continuation trade down here, I would be much more warm and fuzzy to the idea of, okay, yeah, that's a good idea because look at what context is doing. If I got a continuation trade up here at the top of this thing, I'd be pretty skeptical. I'd take the trade, but I would not have very high hopes of a positive outcome. And I say that and I do that because when you're backtesting, it is 100% non-discretional. The computer evaluates every one of those rules over each 1 minute bar, period. Looking back as many days as you are backtesting. That's all there's to it. It's not rocket science by any stretch. And of course, I'm on a completely different level than quant traders and all that kind of crap. I'm sure they've got, Renaissance Technologies got about 3 floors of an office building full of PhDs in finance, not finance. They will not hire anybody to do with finance, physics, computer science, software engineering, mathematics. And it's the most successful hedge fund in all time, in all of history. I think more so than Dalio, than Bridgewater, I think. That's something for you to look up. It's called Renaissance Technologies. It was started by Jim Simmons. Interesting stuff. If you want to if you want to YouTube stuff that's trading related, those kinds of things are real interesting. And they're real. Not some bozo that trades the opening range trade and turned 50 cents into, turned a stick of gum into $1 million or whatever else. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, speaking of, oh yeah, I'm remiss in my music duties here. I'm sorry about that. I haven't even turned the crap on yet, I don't think. No, I have not. Well, let's see now. Back to the old standbys here. There's so many playlists and stuff in this thing. I have no clue what's any good or isn't or is or who knows what. I just go through the same ones that don't seem to have copyright strikes, and even though it's a paid service and the whole advertising spiel is the fact that it's all completely legal and straightforward for YouTube. But I've still gotten 2 or 3 not strikes or, big events, but copyright warning, this is not, your channel has not been removed, or I don't know, whatever YouTube says, but I dispute it, and I've never had a comeback from the dispute, so I don't know. I've had about 3 of them, I guess. Which is pretty disappointing, because I ended up going with this epidemic sound strictly because it is advertised and reportedly the real deal. You pay for it. It's a subscription. All these things you see, house music and all this great stuff that you find on YouTube that's, royalty free, and have it back up for your stream and all that's complete crap. I tried 3 or 4 of them, and every which one of them got a copyright strike in about 2 blinks of an eye. So I took the path of least resistance. Ooh, we're getting the megaphone now. Everybody hates the megaphone. Lower highs, higher lows. Ooh, focusing, funneling, winding up. Wind it up, baby. Condensing. Will this be one of those days where we don't take either one of the initial balance trades? Either balance statistics, high or low? Maybe. Remember, that's the initial balance statistic is not 100% ever. And I don't know. I gotta go back and look at what day that was. It was a few Fridays ago. We didn't take either one of the high or low. Did not. The stream is good for me. Another benefit of it, besides not having to, divert my focus to screen snapping and typing and all those journal-y kind of things, and the fact that I have a complete record in video and voiceover audio of every trading session, the complete cash session. It keeps me here and focused in the market. If I wasn't streaming right now to you guys, it's cold, it's rainy, this thing is rotational, there's no news on the horizon, I'd be probably be checking my eyelids for leaks, I mean, it keeps you engaged, keeps me engaged. A sense of commitment. I know I get up every morning at 6 and start the pre-market and get ready and all that stuff, and I know I'm going to be here till 3:1500. Sure, during the day I step away and go for a walk at lunch or whatever it is, no question about it. These are stand-up desks. I have 2 at an L. No chair here, standing. So I'm here from around a little before 6 in the morning till usually last night I walked out of here after messing with the backtesting at about, 2200. $16 hours. Just another brick in the wall. That work is not, that schedule and that idea isn't foreign to me at all. It's kind of the way my life has been forever. So it's not like an imposition or something. First, I heard a long time ago, and this is something to take on board. If you do what you like or love, you're never going to work a day in your life. Because you're doing what interests you and what you like. That's pretty cool. And it's true. If you stand there looking at the clock, wondering how, just counting the seconds till it gets to be 1700 and the whistle blows, well, then you're going to have not a very nice day. If you're interested in what you're doing and you look at the clock and go, oh shit, it's almost 2200, I better get to bed, I got to get up at 6, then that's another way of looking at the day. That's how I approach it. Probably comes from my upbringing because like I said, I grew up on a cattle and horse ranch in Montana, and that's pretty much can to can. Except in the wintertime, because we were in our ranch was right on the Continental Divide, right on the Continental Divide markers were on the top of our mountain. So you can imagine 40 below zero for a couple months a year, and 6-8 feet of snow normal. And the winter is not as much work as in the summer, that's for sure. Which is where the old saying, make hay while the sun shines, right? So come on, let's get this show on the road here. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Smack a thumbs up, a subscribe. I'm not monetized in any way. That would be super. Drop something in the chat. These session prices here on Bookmap, I share them freely with anybody that can use them. Let me know. It's a CSV file from Google, and you can drop it in the Cloud Notes or on this indicator or whatever program you use. Hey, Ron. Whatever you use to... You better go back to bed, dude. This is one of those good day to check your eyelids for leaks kind of day. Real light volume, really well balanced. Closest we got to a signal right there. Yeah. A good day to let discretion be the better part of valor. Go do something, work on your back testing, keep an eye on the market, but don't stand there chomping at the bit, because that's how Monkey Boy kicks in, and then next thing you know, you're making up reasons to trade and stuff like that, I think. Yeah, and typically there's a Santa Claus rally and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what the hell happened to the volume here, but it just, somebody forgot to tell him to come to work, I guess. I don't know. This morning at the open, this was 41% volume as for average at that time. Our ATR was down here at 2 ticks. It's a good sign to go, set a trap for mama and catch her unawares, I guess. Something. Yeah. I think I sorted out, I don't know how that trade ever really got in there yesterday, but I can assure you that when I shut Bookmap down, I tried this experiment last night. I shut Bookmap down with everything, multi-brackets, all that kind of stuff open, trade control panel. Started it back up, and as I expected, that it all shut off. So how that trade got put in there at about 10 minutes after 5, 17:10 or, something like that, yesterday, beats the hell out of me. And one thing I did confirm also, if you don't have the trade control panel on active, no resting order is showing up any place. And of course, if it's outside the market, you don't see that either. But so That's the only excuse I can come up. I tried looking through the log file from Bookmap. It was futile exercise for me. A futile exercise. Kind of flat on the bottom again down there, but I don't know. I wish I could. I gotta have to go back and look at what Friday, or I'm pretty sure it was a Friday, month or so ago, when we didn't take either of the initial balance levels. What's going on with now? Random risk and the band are. Oh yeah, here we go. He's starting at 10. Meeting African leaders all day. That's got to have some, camera / microphone opportunities. I don't see anything going on. Oh yeah, here we go. What the hell? Why isn't that updating? That's pretty dumb. I don't see anything. And I don't know what that big, I had scrolled down looking for what that big bump was just before the open. We were flat all night and then suddenly jumped up to a gap up opening. I don't have any idea, didn't see anything. Trump is traveling to Pennsylvania on Tuesday to tout the inflation focus. Okay. Good. That's good. Nothing in the scheduled stuff. Long gone. Fed balance sheet, which we already know is at 1530, so that doesn't matter. Yeah. The only potential, random risk that I can see on the horizon is the camera / microphone opportunity that may present itself with this dialogue that's going on with the African leaders. Which African leaders he's talking to, that's interesting. Nobody says about that, and I don't know. Who knows? That's the only thing I would be looking for as far as random risk today so far. Which means nothing, of course. It can be anything. Anything can happen at any moment. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Thumbs up, subscribe, send money, all that stuff. You can forget the first two if you just send money. That works out. That works out okay. Remember, there's no relationship between effort and reward in trading. Just talking about that a minute ago, but it's not a, work 8 hours, get paid for 8 hours kind of thing. It's not, you get paid more for the number of clicks or something. Usually it's quite the opposite, actually. This has definitely been a snooze thus far, I'll tell you. Oh, man. Anybody with a brilliant, or doesn't need to be brilliant, anybody with a suggestion about the next strategy set up to vet, drop it in the chat with, you know, some specificity so I have an idea about what you're thinking as far as the parameters go that verify it. There's got to be consistently reoccurring parameters and levels, you know, in order to be able to code it and then backtest it. But I think that the IB, I'm still working with trailing stop and those kind of things around the initial balance trades here. What do I think is the most advantageous? I am trading the basic risk neutral 2-lot that I've talked about ad nauseum and that I started with, but I've done a lot of variation testing. You know, all in, all out, all that. Right here, actually. These are, each one of these is a back test over 493 days, 488, whatever. This was December or November. Right there. Basically the same setup here, looking at different ideas, trying to figure out how this one internet guru gets the numbers he claims. And, you know, lately I've been looking at ironically, one of the best risk to R factor and risk reward ratio is the stupidest thing you ever saw. It's 2 tick stop and 16 ticks all out, all in, all out. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think I've got the horsepower to trade a 40 to 60% win rate with 8 consecutive winners compared to 16 consecutive losers. Granted, your average loss is $5 and your average winner is 40. That's how it's profitable. But not that much. One of the best profitability, I guess, within my recent thinking. This is all the micro, by the way. And above it was minis. Anyway, that's how I go about it. And then this is the sizing thing, and these are actual trades every day. This is yesterday. The numbers, the sizing. My concept here is that, oh, look at us go up. Isn't that cute? This is my sizing thing, which I'll talk about in the backtesting idea. But basically, this is a process and a system to size up from minis or from micros to minis, and then can be extrapolated to more contracts than 2. But it's a process, right? It's not just some pull it out of your ass and, oh, I'm going to go for greatness and a Hail Mary and, you know, I'm throwing them. The prop shop says I can trade 15 minis. Boy, I'm throwing them on. You know what I mean? That's not, I don't think that is got long-term success built into it. And who knows, maybe I'm completely crazy too. That's also a very viable possibility. I can tell you one thing, my warning about do not trade towards the statistic has come to pass about 16 different times over here. Look at all these times. Anytime you thought you absolutely freaking sure we're going to take that IB low and you got short, uh-oh. Not a pretty picture. And I only say that from experience because I have enough data captured where I got my ass handed to me. How would you like your butt cooked? You know? Yeah. I can tell you one thing for sure. The minute I would go for a walk or go shower and have, take a nap or whatever else, this thing would go ripping out the end out one of the two ends. I don't know. It would do something spectacular. That seems to be the case. Fresh bread smell being baked around here. I'm having a difficult time staying focused on not going out there and seeing what kind of trouble I can get into with some toast or something. Oh boy, I really don't like being at the whim of the random risk band, and that's really the only impetus that I see in the market today. Now, these are over with, long time gone. Now we're at the somebody gets a mic moment or whatever else it is. Who knows? Who knows? Well, this is some crazy stuff down here, isn't it? Wow. Signal is a social media thing. I mean, Jesus Christ. You'd think after that one disaster with them sending all the strike stuff to a reporter, and then had the audacity to insult the reporter as just some point. You're the one that sent the crap to him. You had his name in your social media thing to where it went out on the blurb you sent. How's that his fault? I keep thinking I'm misunderstanding something, but it gets crazier by the minute, I think. As far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. One thing for sure about this outfit, there's never a dull moment. Except for this morning's kind of a dull moment, but you know what I mean in the grand scheme of things. Where's Blue Boy? I lost track of him. There he is. There we go. Get over here, blue guy. Man, I'm gonna do something about this. This is irritating as hell. Okay. Okay. Now what? Oh, the same what as before. Do you think you got a trade? Probably not. That's as close as we came to a statistic of any sort meaningfully in this session. Oh boy, oh boy. Jesus, it's after 11 already. Ugh. I was going to say time passes fast when you're having fun, but that isn't exactly it. But it does still pass time. It passes quickly, though, that's for sure. Just schmoozed over into RTH2, if I've done the math right. I think. Isn't that it? Don't even know anymore. Yep, 2.5 hours. It's just that RTH 1, 2, and 3 thing is just a way actually Rod came up with it to categorize kind of the periods of the day. Divide the RTH session into 3, and it's 150 minutes each, which is 2.5 hours. So you got RTH 1, 2, 3. Boom. There you go. So some pretty clean mean reversion moves here, huh? Outside in. Not a statistic I have in and of itself, but as I've talked about plenty here, it is essentially what the IB failure trade is, because it's the ultimate outside in. Outside in, outside in, outside in, outside in. Sort of outside in, kind of over. But the reason I landed up on the initial balance trades actually was it started out as a suggestion from Rod, really. He said, well, here I was yapping about what statistic to vet, how I was going to approach that. He said, well, here's what I do on IB failures. So I thought, okay, and I figured out how to code that, and I thought, well, let's flip that and and turn it into an IB continuation also. And that's how this whole thing ended up. It took a long time. It took a lot longer than I just made it sound like, but that's how it worked. And one of the advantages, in my opinion, of doing that was with the initial balance trades, A, the continuation, or B, the failure, I had 2 trade setups vetted, and one to trade in a rotational day and one to trade in a directional day. So I covered both market types, which I thought was important, thought was a benefit. And I actually did consider that in the beginning. Rather than, for example, you vet the mean reversion trade. That's only good in a mean reversion environment. But it is worth noting that the majority of the trading days, which you may accept exception with, are rotational rather than trend or directional. I don't know the percentage. Probably shouldn't say anything, but there you go. There you have it. It's out of the bag. Oh, yeah. Well, here's an interesting one. I can promise you that some traders have gone, oh, we got higher lows, higher highs. Take the bounce off the POC. Good for them, it worked. But, hey, that's a Cardinals. Well, diddling in the middle is not a long-term positive idea, I don't think. And if your time frame and your range requirement is thus such that this makes sense, when you've got a level right here at 75, 3 ticks above your entry, and then couple more ticks above your entry, that's great. Those are obstacles, and those would not qualify in my range requirement long ago. So the what I was referring to here is previously I had a hard-coded range requirement in my trade plan, which I've, right or wrong, made a little more discretionary. But in order for an entry to be valid, even though it's got everything else going for it, this is before I had the vetted setup I'm working on now. I had to have an unobstructed path from my entry to the first obstacle. In other words, if you got in right here, you needed 3 points to here. That's the first obstacle. Well, didn't happen. Not valid. Again here. Now, if you took this pull back to the mid here, you were okay going up. Oh no, I don't have the developing value area high and low lines in here. Sorry about that. You have to use the flags because I've taken them off just to have the triggers and stuff. But I still think you're okay. If you got it, if you got along here, all right. 61 to 64, 65. That's 3 points. That would be okay. Meat on the bone. Is there enough meat on the bone for that trade? Where's it? And then where's it going? If you got long down here, where the hell are you going? The mid, the VWAP, the settlement. I don't know. I think it's Thomas likes the meat on, and not enough meat on the bone. I like that expression. Maybe I ought to change the name of this stream from risk neutral trading to doing nothing. Nothing to see here trading. But this is unfortunately the reality, the magic of trading. This is trading as a business, not, video game or arcade shooting or whatever else. As far as I understand it, as far as I know it. And like everything with trading, every trading day, you know, the market's rotational till it's not, or whichever way you want to look at it, directional till it's not, or, you know, context was down until it's now up. But that's the hard part. That's the part you can only really quantify definitely after the fact. Nothing going on there. There we are. Amazing how those gap rules worked out, huh? How close did we get? Well, we got to right there. Now, if you were trading the gap rules, there you go. That would have been one that's perhaps... how would you identify that programmatically so that you could have the computer know it? Do it, baby. I'm going to mute the mic off here. I'm helping my wife do something on my other machine over here before she gets angry. And a lot of reasons why I don't want that to happen. Has the paint dried yet? I think so. The grass is growing, I'm sure of that. Well, at least I'm getting something done with the forms with my wife. Keeping an eye on this out of the corner of my eye, but this is like grass growing, and it could be one of those days where we don't take an IB. That's remember, could be second time in recent memory. Well, that was fun. I love government forums. You know, like pulling out your fingernails or something, drilling your own teeth. What do we got happening here now? Well, if you had to answer quick, you'd say nada, piñata, niche, zip, nunca, nunca más. Yeah. Well, boy, is that about a look at the almost perfect little tapers we got going on here. And got a not as pretty a distribution as we had a little while ago, but they're filling it in. If you notice that, they filled in those two little girls with this thing right here. Yeah. Okay. Well, my take on this subject is, unless somebody does something random, it's going to be a no trade kind of day. At 2 o'clock, I'll go through the back testing. How I've set that up, how I came about these levels. If you need, if anybody wants if you trade with IRT and you want this chart definition, just, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. I'm happy to hook you up. Same way with the session prices, if they would be of any help. I share them freely with lots of people. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday afternoon. So happy to share it. I'm happy to do anything on a day like this. Damn, I'm happy to keep my eyes open on a day like this. Gee whiz, huh? This is one of those days where going for a walk, resting your eyes, trapping your significant other in a compromising environment in the bedroom or somewhere, which is a lot better idea than standing here doing that. We took advantage of filling out a government form my wife needed to do. That's always fun. Maybe not. I think I know the answer to this question, but any Americans here that have ever been on jury duty? I have not. But nowadays, I bet they take your cell phone from you, right? I can just picture these 12 people sitting there, everybody's, doom scrolling on YouTube or whatever else. Yeah, probably not. It'd be pretty funny, huh? It'd be a pretty funny skit. That'd be a good Saturday Night Liver. Probably not a thing, though, I guess, eh? Well, let's see. I see the music conked out. Let's try to breathe life back into that. Ugh. What else is happening? Let's see. Well, there's been no random events show up except for the fact that, you see, this is Trump hosts signing ceremony at 11:59. No, that's the bond auction. What the hell? When was this? Well, that's nowhere on the docket. That's what I meant by random risk. I mean, anytime there's an opportunity to, what the hell? I'm not saying anything wrong or right. What I'm saying is, if he says some random goofiness over here, the market could tank, just as it did. Where's my stuff? Just as it did right here. 229 handles. That's all I'm saying. That's an unanticipated or unplanned critical risk we don't know about. That's why I try to be real sharp on, any kind of like this. And I said this earlier this morning, if this is a all-day event, you can bet there's going to be a microphone/camera moment at some point. Now, I don't know what Trump meets with African leaders has to do with this signing ceremony, but I don't think anything. But there is an opportunity to get in front of a camera and get their point, get the information they want out. So there you are. And he still says he's going to pay down the national debt with tariffs. In other words, tariffs. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Correct me in the chat. Tariffs, despite what anybody wants to tell you, are a tax on the American people, paid by the American people. So, the American people will be paying down the debt. Well, okay, that's pretty much normal, isn't it? That's what taxes are for, supposed to be. So this is just another angle, I guess. It's like an oxymoron already, kind of, it's like military intelligence or something like that. Oh, that's what he's signing, is the Critical Minerals Accord with the DRC and Rwanda. Okay. I got it. It all fits. All the pieces are fitting, baby. Okay, so that's what's happening there, and that's started at 10 o'clock this morning and is now being signed at noonish or something. No real impact on the market, obviously, so good for us. And good for him. I hope it's a good deal. Good for Africa. I can't imagine it will be, but I lived over there. I lived in Angola in sub-Saharan Africa for most of the 90s. Back in the days when the Democratic Republic of Congo was called Zaire, and Mobutu Sese Seko was the head guy. And they took it over, and Kabila came in, and it's the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kinshasa was a great place. Congo River is amazing. Really an interesting, great time I had over there. Yeah. Damn sure more exciting than this. And that wouldn't have to stretch far to get better than this, would you? And the great part about this trading day, gives you good practice on discipline, patience, doing something else, working on your back testing, knowing that if you don't have a predefined setup happen, you don't have a trade. That simple. Boy, this is a classic example of a huge batch of retail soup. You can imagine all the people that can't stand to just stand here or sit there or whatever, you know what I mean? They cannot resist clicking that mouse. Hopefully they're getting on the right side of it. But these are the kind of days when a lot of people feel the pain. Okay, so we're approaching the 1 o'clock hour. There is a 12 to 1 statistic which exists that is not applicable today. The first criteria is that the market must be out of balance. And boy howdy, are we in balance. Here's another one that's kind of interesting while we're just standing around here. I don't have these as hotkeys, so I have to type them in because obviously stream is 7 hours every day. Well, I'm sure as hell not going to listen to 7 hours, and I can't imagine anybody else would either. And so I want to know when things happen and where, and that's why I'm pretty religious, or try to be, about this chapter markers. So what I was just typing there was things that I don't have pre-programmed in as hotkeys. Here's an interesting statistic for you. If you religiously adhere to the rules of a one-to-one relationship, in other words, $1 loss, $1 made, profit, coin flip is more successful over time than 80% of retail traders. And that's based on broker and prop firm statistics. Isn't that amazing? The reason, of course, is that most retail traders, like I just said a minute ago, they're just getting ground up today. They don't have discipline and don't realize that this job isn't one in where action is directly proportional to reward, you know? And they just can't, they can't quit clicking that mouse. That's amazing, though. That's amazing, isn't it? Now, over time, if you know statistics at all, over time, a one-to-one relationship and a coin flip is 50-50, isn't it? So, over a long data set, a long series of trials or occurrences, the outcome is going to be 0. Because that's a fact. So in other words, these guys that are overthinking it and clicking and trading way too much and can't be disciplined enough to adhere to that are losing money to the market. So if anybody that you know or yourself can just maintain 0, you're better than 80% of the retail traders that get involved. Staggering. Now the question comes up, what would you do if it took out an IB one way or the other? Would you think it was going to continue on and be a valid trade? I don't know. I'd have to take the setup if it presents itself, but I'd be pretty hard pressed, to be honest with you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Smack thumbs up and subscribe. That's great. That's all I get out of this, the likes and subs. I mean, the camaraderie and the fact that it is my virtual journal. So that was the original intent. But, you know, it's nice to get some feedback, I guess you could call it.
low is taken.
Okay, now I'll wait another 2 weeks for another freaking setup. Boy, that is amazing. I'll tell you what, if any of you whiz bangs out there know how to code in, it would never do because of the time lag to have, for example, the code or the signal from IRT pushed to bookmap. The signal or the system would have to be coded into bookmap in order to be able to do that over here. The other side of the coin is to be able to trade algorithmically live from IRT, which I am suspicious by some stuff I read last night doesn't really work. Can't really happen, and probably by design. They don't want to have people thinking they're a quant trader and ending up losing the house. I don't know that. I'll have to read it again, and I think I'm going to drop just to the point email to support. Can the trade system trade automatically through Rhythmic AMP? And, see what they say. It's a start, right? Because the only way I know to test if this is really going to work or not is to have it work in the live market rather than this simulated thing, which I explained early on. You may not have heard. This is being pushed to a simulated internal IRT account or internal simulator. This is just a note to make sure I can see visually that this account has been selected, the simulated, not the live Rhythmic or live app account. And also this trading list right up here is 0. Meaning there are no instruments. It will not send a trade on any instrument. You see all these buttons and stuff that I've coded because I used to been playing with this thing for a long time. But I would prefer to hear from Eddie, or better yet, Bill. Bill Lind. Yeah, sure. If you've got your code set up for the back test and it's doing this over here, these things will be sent to the broker, but I don't know that. And you see how efficient I am at immediately replicating a trade here. What this is genuinely, this is absolutely correct. There's an A. There's a B. And there's a trigger. That's about as clean as you get, because it opened here and it closed down here. So it's not one of those things, well, it really opened down here and went up here, and was it within the bar or not, and blah, blah, blah. That's about as slick as it could get. Right there. But what I need to see is where in the hell that candle is in Bookmap. So look at this here. Now we close in the B. These are 1 minute bars, so each one of these should be represented by a candle over in the Bookmap. Then there's the trigger, which is down bar right to the IB. That ought to be pretty obvious, shouldn't it? Let us see. So here are, let's go even, here are the 1 minute bars. Now this candle right here, well, it's actually this candle. Is this candle, meaning this should be the trigger. Sorry if this is boring, but you know, this is called my trading journal. So this candle is that one. This candle is the signal. Open. Close. Yep, sure as shit. Missed that one completely, huh? Football. Huh. Doofus. I obviously got to get better at how I'm reading these candlesticks, and as I said, this is just these sticks were a way for me. If you don't have the candlesticks, how do you know which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? With all this thing flying around. This is the last price. Well, but you don't know where the close is, which is one of the criteria for a signal. Now, maybe I need to just shit can the idea for the criteria for the signals, and okay, we traded up to and into this trigger zone, and we pulled back down to the the pullback zone, and we traded back down into the continuation or the trigger zone. Okay, so this is real interesting. You see this bar right here? This is there's the open of this bar right here. There's the open. Pulls it down. And then comes back up. And on a bar chart, that looks like this right here. And you can tell by that. There's the open. There's the open. Pulls down, trades back up, and there's close. And it could do could do any number of things. That's why I'm trying to do it this way. It could open here, trade down, trade up, or trade up, trade down, come back to the close. Could do any of those, any which way. It's random market at binary, right? That's why I have the last price in the bars. What I was looking at was, and I'm sorry I didn't show you. There's the open of this candle. And then we trade down, and then we trade up, and then we trade it back to here for the close. Here's the signal bar, which opens opens in the continuation zone. Yep. Trades down through the trigger zone. Where this comes from, down below the trigger zone, if you want to believe that. And then back up here to the close. Yep, right there, and then back to the close. I don't know if I can figure all that out quickly or not in the heat of the moment. What I've done a few times is just, let Monkey Boy kick in just ever so slightly, and once I get an A and a B, put a resting order on the IB, figuring I'm going to be, I've got a point either way for the trigger. If I get in here and it comes flying on down and takes me out, then I'm going to be pretty thoroughly pissed. But, that's the only way I'm trying to figure this out. That's a puzzler there, boys and girls. Whoa. Crack. What happened? Who's on third here? But I'll tell you one thing, that it's lovely to look at the system sim over here in IRT and see a lovely 60 tick trade with no heat. Well, I guess a little bit of heat right here. Just a little bit right there. And then see a big goose egg over here in the real money shot, the money shot right over here. Son of a bitch. My. Oh. Yeah. If anybody's got any brilliant ideas, I expect to see something in the chat about yesterday. How the hell to do that? There's another way to do it if you want to get really confused. Watch this. There you go. It's a bar chart. It's a candlestick chart. And I don't think that works either. Candlestick charts, I don't think, are that helpful. And the reason that they're not very helpful is, we'll look at one that's forming, but when there's the last price, it started up here and it gets into the trigger zone and it may end up clear back up here again. Now with the bar charts and with the system, I don't know how that sequence happened. With the last price, I guess I do. Would I by just looking at these candlesticks without the last price in there? I'll have to figure that one out. A lot of goofy stuff you can do here, huh? Come on. There's every quarter. Boy, this is basically nothing now, is it? Where's Blue Boy, that devil? Come on. Guy's slacking again. But there's our context. One tick high, 1 point high, the entire session in view. I don't find that view useful at all with the candlesticks turned on. It's too busy for me. Boy, what a beautiful V reversal here. I'm sure Rod and Company got a hold of that with both hands, I hope. VR and Rod and Harry and JR and boy, that is just doggone disappointing, I'll tell you. And that all happened right here. Looking at the bigger picture, that happened right here. Boom, bang, zoom. A, B, C. Boom. Or A, B, C. Pretty disappointing. That's for sure. Now, one thing that I can do, and you can do, if you have Bookmap, assuming you tick the little box at the open screen, the splash screen, this records the entire session, basically to the tick, all your movements, everything else. So you can replay it and trade it just as if it's live using the multi-bracket sim right here. Now you can't be tricked, or at least be on guard for being tricked by nefarious characters about the internet. Not insinuating that there are any nefarious characters on the internet, but you know. Where is one of these? Of course, now I can't find one. I guess it's some time ago. I don't know. I don't know. I thought I had a screen snap of it in replay mode to show you how it works. But it's real simple. There's a big progress bar right across the top here. There's a big button that says choose a data set or choose a date or something. And down here it says replay and simulated, I think. But be careful, you know, if somebody just did a screen snap of the instruments and the timeline, they could do a serious job of wool pulling. Okay, power hour. Wow, what a dumpster fire of a day as far as watching paint dry kind of a thing. So let's talk about something, I don't know what. Let's talk about the backtesting. I guess that's what I usually do this time of day. What's all this signal and system and all this stuff about? Why am I only focusing on the initial balance trades? Because the two trades that I have statistically verified through backtesting are the initial balance trades. I've explained them a bunch lately in the last few minutes, you know, continuation, pullback, etc. So these are the rules. There has to be a specific, everything you want done needs to be specified here, right? And some of them are no action because they're just a qualifier, like a flag. They're building the sequence of the trade. And when the trade happens, then, for example, long, it's you're going to buy two at V50 entry, as an example. So after you have this pretty well figured out and have tested it over a small amount of data to be confident that it's working, you can do the back test for this risk-neutral two-lot system or any of the other variants that you come up with. And I've figured out a way to do that that's fairly quick. I can change the stop and the targets and trail and that stuff right here with using VPOC numbers and do it quickly. You know, the blink of an eye, actually. Save it and then rerun the back test. The way to do the back test is to set it up over here, going back 2 years. I was monkeying with this. I used to do days, and then I realized that you could do years, and it might be easier. Except I kind of think days are better. I want to contain it within these calendar years. I don't know how to do that. Stop and figure it out. So let's just make it 490 days. 2 contracts. No commission because there's a way I can deal with that. Everything else you want, this index, you know, what session are you trading? What kind of reports do you want? All that stuff. Now, how long do you think it would take you to go back through your charts by scrolling along like this and having your different levels built out on the chart so that you can see what really actually happens, and go back 490 days, trading days, and capture the data accurately? And make sure, in order to be a statistically significant subset of the data, every rule and everything has got to be the same and precise. If your stop is at 12 ticks, it's got to be 12 ticks on every trade. If T1 is positive 12 ticks, it's got to be positive 12 ticks on every trade. It can't be 15 on one, 10 on, you know what I mean? Or then they're not in the same data set. They can't be compared, analyzed, whatever. Well, all you have to do with this system, or any good backtest engine, is just click the backtest. And there you have it. It took 7 seconds to backtest 484 days. 213,000 1-minute bars. The system evaluated every one of these rules sequentially over 213,000 bars. Blows my mind. And it took them 7 seconds to do that. Took it 7 seconds to do that. There's 987 trades, long, short, net profit, blah, 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 profit long, profit short. And then the individual stuff, like, which is where I kind of focus. 2.28 risk reward ratio, or R multiple. 314 wins at 67.54 average, and 291 losses at $29 average. 10 consecutive winners, 8 consecutive losers. And if you really want to get in the weeds, there's each trade from January 12th, 2024 at 10 in the morning. Went short, got stopped, went short, T1, got stopped, went short. Here's a T1, T2, there's full target, there's full profit. stop, scratch everyone, and you can push them to your chart if you want to and graph each one of them and then go back and look at what it was really doing. Pretty phenomenal, actually, I think. You can also do some stuff that I have yet to do, which is optimize. You can pick a data set. Let's say you're going to take from the beginning of your data back to up to the 31st of December 31st last year. Then you optimize that. Now you can forward test with this system the optimized strategy over the untested data, which would be from the 1st of January this year to now. Pretty cool. I haven't tried that yet because I'm still battling around over here, but yeah, that's the stuff you can do with backtesting, and I think it's the only way you can possibly approach trading as a systematic business. I mean, as a business instead of as a whatever. These are each trade that we've taken so far in November and December. All the stats about each one of them. This is my scale up tool. Take the premise is that it's a 2-lot risk neutral trade micro, risk neutral, 2-lot risk neutral trade mini. Trade the micros. And here's the calculated number of trades and the ticks required to achieve 319 ticks, which is the amount of ticks required for the micro account P&L to be 1.33 times the 2-lot risk neutral mini stop in terms of values, right? So there you are. And the minute that says go or zero, then I'm scale up to minis, and away you go. And when it goes the other way, back down you go. That's the only way I know to do it as a business. These are all back tests from ES and on and on and on last night, trying to come up with a series, a system, a strategy that looks like it makes sense, is more advantageous than the others in this environment, and then apply that to this and see what happened over here. And by my old fingers, what happens over here in the live account. That's how you do it, I believe. And be sure you smack a thumbs up and a sub on the, I really appreciate it. Drop something in the chat if you can. Sometime these files need tender attention. Are you talking about the system and the session prices, Ron? Or sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, it wasn't long ago. Which files? Sorry. And I'm happy to share the, the chart defs and that kind of stuff. The session prices shouldn't be any problem at all. There are a lot of people in Static and TLab and everywhere have been using them for a long time. So I don't know what files you're talking about, but throw it in the chat, and I'm sorry I missed it. The stream is on in my configuration here is kind of crazy. I have 2 stand-up desks. In front of me is a 4-monitor rack. 2 lower monitors are my big trading monitors, and the 2 above are run by another computer, and that's where I monitor the stream live on one of them all day to make sure that's okay from another computer point of view. To my left stand-up desk here in the L is another vertical monitor on my trading computer, which is running OBS. And then around the corner from that, a little further, is another big monitor that's on my third workstation that, I've had forever, does all the grunt work, email and all that stuff. Notice that in terms of transparency and accountability, I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can see any open programs, hours, minutes, seconds on the clock, date. And these monitors are 32-inch 4K, and I stream in 1440p, so it will stream in high def. If you don't have that going on, you need to click the little gear button there in YouTube and select that high def. I know that every time I go out for a walk on my phone, it opens up in like 720 or something like that, and I have to select that every time. Okay, that's it for the pre-market. Pre-market for the backtesting, pretty much. There you see the result of the system taking a trade on its own when I'm not involved, completely non-discretionarily. And then I was not able to replicate it over here, which is what I've been doing quick enough, because I couldn't quite see the signals. Football, he said. I'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll have the market on close and balance at 1450 and 1500. Bob's your uncle, baby. That's the end of the stream. That's the cash close. There you go. Well, we got our statistic, and we got one beautiful trade, and now it's just doing the retail, right back to the retail soup blender again. And what can I say? I am going to replay tonight this session, and make sure I can identify or try to figure out a better way to identify those signals as they fire, besides me just flicking my head from one computer monitor to the other, I guess the way to do it would be in anticipation. Mindfully note that I have an A, and then do I have a B? Now notice that the A's, when there's an A fired, it's both signals. A B is only in the direction of travel for where you're going to go. There's only going to be a B fire if it's a pullback zone off the IB low, not continuation. And the same with the trigger. There's only going to be a little green trigger when it's a trigger zone for the pullback. And it's going to be a little green guy at the top up here. I tried to do that as logically as I can figure out. The arrows and the signal markers are on the side of and in the direction of travel. I don't know what else to do. Of course, now that I'm fully aware of this, I'll probably be able to see this just plain as a nose on your face when I replay, but don't know. And it's way late in the afternoon. Look at that. If you look down here, there's the date and the high-low close and the time and all that. So it's 13:21, 13:28, 13:30. So 13:30 was the signal. The trigger, I should say. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry about that. A, B, trigger. Signal markers are on the side of direction. 1330. And that's a sweet one there because there's not much heat, huh? Like zero, basically. So that's extra. And you know, I don't have a lot of days to just stand around and think this is fun to miss trades and not make any money. This is my business and the way I'm supporting this now. So unless you want to call 10 or 20,000 of your friends and have them all subscribe, I can start getting monetized with YouTube. I got to get this trading off dead center. Right. Back at the bottom of the hour for the recap. All right, the final curve. We rounded that turn for the home stretch. 7 hours. Well, we're at 6:30 right now. So let's take a look at what the hell happened, eh? Well, there you go. Here's what happened. We started out a bit directional, and then it didn't pan out. This little thing here at 1 o'clock, I don't know. I guess they were just going to try to spank a few guys and get some get some business done and adjust their inventory, I guess. Pretty much rotational, huh? Quite a range. 77, and every 36 is 77. 40 handles. Not huge, but finally tapped out that, and all to the downside. Look at there. There's the open. And kazoom, bam, crash, down we came. Now remember that this open, let's look at this. It's important. This is yesterday. This is the ETH all night. And then what the hell happened here at 7:38? I don't know. We were well down here in the centers all night long. Bam, for whatever reason, I couldn't find anything in the news. We jumped up to open higher out of range and did. Here's our open right up here. And then out the freaking window they all went back down again. It's crazy, huh? And then, just turned the blender on and made a huge batch of retail soup all afternoon, all day, until just around 1 o'clock. And I fumbled the entry given from the system on IRT, and I didn't catch it here. And I, of course, don't chase or FOMO or any of that stuff. So I didn't get the trade, which is really disappointing because it was sweet. And I'm guessing we're going to end up somewhere in the middle again, except who knows. Again, here's a Renko chart. There's that tomfoolery. And remember, go back here to whenever you see the timestamp about the gap rules and listen to what I said way back then, and then look at here and here. It's amazing how often that stuff works. It's crazy, I don't know. Ooh. So here's the NASDAQ. These are the micros, of course, the NASDAQ. Here's our micro composite. Well, our little soldiers just keep marching up, higher highs and higher lows. Doop, 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 up we go. How high, where they stop, nobody knows, I guess. Micro composite, RTH session only. Oh, something to point out, maybe it's interesting, maybe it's not. All of my charts here have instrument, type of chart, session, everything, as transparent as I can hopefully make this. Back to the micro composite, which is just a daily RTH chart, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, like here, and then that generates a micro composite VPOC and the high and low volume nodes, which push to bookmap, as do the session prices. And this is the market profile, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Light volume still. Typically, we're about 1.3 and a half or so on the ES. Not even at 1 million yet, only about, oh yeah, geez, I'm looking at the low. I'm going, wait a minute. Football. 1,000,007, that's pretty low. We can see how low that is by going right over here. Now we're back down to 2 points average rotation in a 1 minute bar. And we were up as high as 71 or 2% volume, and now we're down to the 60s. We opened this morning at 41% of average volume at that same time of day. And for a lot of the night, we were down to 2 ticks on the ATR. Yeah, pretty weird. So let's look at that's what happened today. Let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. Backtest stuff, you don't need to worry about that yet. Investing.com, free. Investing.com. Boop. You can filter it to whatever you want. If you live in, wherever the hell it is, a stand, and you want to only listen to the DAX or track the DAX, you can do that right here. I have it filtered for Central Standard Time and for the reports I want to see, and I only choose the 2 and 3 star, not 4. This is what we're going to look at tomorrow. Oh, looky there. Quite a bunch of numbers. PCE, Michigan, that's always a big one, but for some reason they always just have 2 stars on it. I don't know. Also, we have our earnings. Pretty much wound down or winding down. So there's that. You can look at next week, whatever you want to do. And the other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is a similar docket over here. I don't like the layout as well as I like Investing.com. This is just clean and easy to read when I do screen snaps and post them early in the morning, like 6. Again, Financial Juice, a docket. One of the nice things that Financial Juice does that Investing.com does not do is wherever you have, we don't have any real instances of it today, but some random thing like Trump's going to give a speech or What's Your Bucket's going to have a press conference or something like that. Financial Juice seems to get them into the calendar in that same day, whereas Investing.com doesn't. And I really appreciate that, because those can be, out of the blue market movers. I've talked about that plenty. Over here we have more of a squawk box idea, and this is where we will have the this guy needs to be an asshole. Sorry. This is where we're going to have the market on close and balance orders. I love these out of no place people that suddenly know everything. So that's where we are for news. We'll have this in a minute. Remember that the stream starts every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All the times on my charts are, and anywhere you see it, is Central Standard. And I trade live and continuous from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. The idea is it's my virtual journal. My incessant talking is the only way I can get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording. Obviously, the video picks up by OBS. So that's how that whole thing works. Here's the trade the system took, and I didn't get, and there we are, and it's 60 ticks, and aren't we happy? Yes, sir, Bobby. All right, so we'll wait for that 10 minutes for the market on closing balance, and then we will wrap her up at the top of the hour. I appreciate you coming by. Drop in a like and a sub, and stuff in the chat's really great to have. Feedback is great. Some good ideas. What's the next strategy I should bet with the backtesting, which I share, no problem. Yeah. There you go. Type that in for Ron in case he's away or whatever. And so it's at least into the record, text-wise. The session prices, which I share with anybody that wants them, I'm happy to do so. You can slap them in the cloud note column. You can slap them over here. Now I've replaced all of the session prices by a little addition or correction that I made, where I have the continuation and the pullback zone and the trigger zones for this system that I'm trying to refine how I trade it really on Bookmap as opposed to in the imaginary world and IRT. So, yeah. But there you have it. 8 minutes till the market on close. Now, here's time for my little speech about the most important tool in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about all the time and money and brain power we expend on picking out monitors and refresh rates and charting packages and strategies and this and that and something else, indicators. Your eyes and your brain, which are supported by you, body, take in all that information and use it to make split-second decisions that affect you financially, and not to mention emotionally in a bunch of other ways. So it's real important that you take care of those things, be well rested, hydrated, don't be on emotional tilt. Get a break, take some breaks throughout the day to get outside, look down the street, soft focus on your eyes, in other words. If you stay on this entire cash session, 7 hours with intense your short muscle, focus muscles in your eyes are in constant tension. Well, you need to relax them. Let them, let your eyes look down the street, get some natural light, and of course, be healthy. This is a seriously competitive, high-level endeavor, competition. I don't like to use the word sport with trading, but, you get the point, get the idea. And if you're not on your A game, you're going to end up somebody else's lunch, which is not, unfortunate. But that's the reality of it. So take to heart the fact that if you trade a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio religiously, no, maybe this, maybe that, well, this, this rule, I'll fudge that, whatever the hell you're thinking. Religiously, if you decide it's 10 tick stop, 10 tick target, whatever. The second it gets that, it is done like dinner. And you determine your entry by flipping a coin. you will do better than 80% of retail traders. Because if you do a one-to-one relationship, first of all, trading is 50-50. We all know that. What's this market do? It goes up or down, period. That's 50-50. That's like a coin flip. Horizontal movement is put in there by time. Ever heard the old saying, past performance is not indicative of future results? Why is that? Well, that's a statistical point, fact. That's not some lawyer crap. So, if you religiously adhere to the rules of one-to-one and you flip a coin, which has a 50-50 outcome, and you do it enough times that you have a statistically significant data set, not some short, something that's within random distribution, you'll end up scratch, 0, 50-50. And that will mean you've done better than 80% of the traders out there, because that's 90-something fail. So 80's being nice to them. Think about that. And what I mean by statistically significant data set is, and outside of random distribution, if everybody knows a coin's 50-50, I hope. If you flip a coin 20 times, 10 times, nobody's surprised that there's more heads than tails or vice versa. But you flip that thing 1,000 times or 10,000 times, and you're going to be pretty spot on 50-50. And keep accurate track. So one is outside, one is statistically significant and outside of the random distribution, and that 20 is within random distribution or variance. Boom. There you go. It's just statistics and math. Listen to anything about Renaissance Technologies, Tom Sosnoff, Thorpe. Pretty much everybody talks about it. You have to approach the market in terms of probabilities. Find a strategy that you vet, which I go through ad nauseum all day long about the backtesting and the system and all that stuff for a reason. You define that system. If it has a positive edge, every time it presents itself in the live market, you take the trade, and the law of large numbers will manifest the edge to your bank account. That's a fact, Jack. But you have to follow that plan exactly, and those parameters exactly as you backtested it. And that's where Monkey Boy shows up, pisses on your parade. Really. It's the same business model as the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Exactly. They play no game which they have not pre-identified has a positive edge or expectancy. When they put that game on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play the game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why the pit boss is never pissed. Dealers could care who wins or loses. They know that it's about trading that thing as many times as you can. I mean, obviously they're watching for cheats and all that shit, but you know what I mean? At the base level. Because they know that whatever expectancy that game that they determined for that game and those specific rules, the law of large numbers, meaning if you make $5 on one trade in one game, you've got $5. If you make $5 on a large sample set, 100,000 trades or games, what have you got? You got $500,000. Poof. There you go. They don't care how much they pay out. They know gamblers are win. We know we're going to lose trades. It's not, there's anybody that doesn't believe that's a fool, because the most successful traders and hedge funds and statisticians in the world know that to be the case. And there's our market on close imbalance. A little bit of a blurb right here. And we'll get that over here in the squawk box side of investor, whatever this thing's called, financial juice here pretty quick. And then it's the top of the hour, and then I'm off to the next extravaganza. Man, am I pissed about missing that trade? Yeah. You might say that. Stand here for 7 freaking hours and miss the one opportunity I get. Did I chase it? Am I FOMO? Did I do any of that? Absolutely not, because I don't do that. That's what screws those 80% of those traders up. Here's the market on close and balance, 310 million. Buy side S&P. Remember yesterday it was 1,169,000 sell side S&P. Think about that. What the hell is going on? Do you think that these traders care about the value of the S&P 500s, or are they just speculators wringing money out of the market like it's a cloudburst? That's what I think. NASDAQ 100 buy side 765 million, 420 million Dow. 490 million buy side, all for the Mag 7. There you have it. Yeah. I understand that there's a certain number of people that invest for value, but the majority of the volume and traders is all speculation. There's a thought experiment for you. After your next trade, or the second you put your next trade on, or if it's, later today, whatever, think about, honestly, the second you put that, why did you put that trade on? Because you think that that's the value of the S&P, or you think that trade is going to move however many ticks to your target and you're going to make some money off of it. That's speculation. And I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just saying a lot of people, talk about, well, the value of the S&P and it's overvalued here, undervalued there, and it's too high and it's too low. I'm not sure that any of that matters to anybody. Maybe there's a subset of market participants who are big enough that does matter, like pension funds and stuff like that, I guess. But the traders, I don't think anybody cares. I can guarantee I don't. When I was trying to get on this trade right here, could have given two shits whether it was the S&P was at 68.45 or 78.45. What I care about is that I was going to get on the right side of this thing and I was going to get my 50 or 60 ticks, period. That's what I think. Just maybe I've got a real skewed idea about it all too. That's also possible. Possible. What happened to the market on close imbalance? How come it's went away? Oh, there we go. I didn't realize you could do that. Oh, you can click on it, it goes away or comes back. Oh, that's pretty cute. I have never paid attention to that before. I'm sort of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. If the stuff I've got is working here, right now, and doing what I want it to do, that's the way we're going to go. And we're going to have the all-important cash close in about 4 minutes. At which time there will be a clap of thunder and a vacuum where I used to be standing. and I'll be in a horizontal plane checking my eyelids for leaks. Not really. I am sleepy though. Standing here all day is standing here all day. It's like standing here all day. Boy, I am. So I'll tell you, at least I was here and I was trying to get in that trade. There's nothing more frustrating than standing all day like that. And finally you go, oh, hell, I'm going to go take a shower. The cat's walking by, fanning their nose, or they won't come play with you. You stink, whatever else, right? You walk away for 5 minutes, come back. The thing you were waiting for happened. That's worse, in my opinion. And it isn't a rare occurrence. I guess there's nobody listening. So, well, anyway, thanks for stopping by, and smack a thumbs up, subscribe if you're here, if you're real, if you're whatever, and tell thousands of your friends to do the same thing. And let's get 100,000 subs, get monetized, and then I'll split it 80-20 with everybody that participated. How does that sound? I'll bet somebody must have thought of doing that already. Maybe not. I can't imagine I'd be the first to have thought of it. There's some people that think of the scam. Some of the things that I see people do scamming about, having two book maps going and all this kind of crap that you hear about. I think that if they spend as much time and effort developing their trading, for example, they'd be a house of fire, The brain power and the effort that they expend to scam people or to do this tricky crap is Photoshop this and do something else. That is weird. I think it's amazing. And we've got about 2.5 minutos here for that cash close. And you're yawning already. Well, I've been standing here for 7, I've been here 9 hours, a little more. That's more than a day's work for most people. And I've got another handful of hours left. I'll be quitting around 9, 2100. It's now 14. Another 6 hours. 15 hours a day. And here we come to the final closing moments. So thanks for coming by. Don't forget, thumbs up, like, which is, I guess, the same thing. Subscribe. There you go. Bell notification if you want to be notified of it. But every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day at 8 o'clock. Here we go. Hook in and hang on. Gosh, I'm disappointed I missed that trade. I got to really do the replay seriously, so I am going to close my eyes and take a rest and get up and hit it again hard on this replay to see how I can deal with that confusion. "30 seconds, sort of, 35 anyway. There we go. Cash close. Another day bites the dust. In the can, so to speak. All right. Have yourself a great trading day. Remember to get away from the screens, rest your eyes, go do something healthy. And be sure and be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning with questions and, comments and setup suggestions and all that stuff. Have a great one.